Hey! Oh! It's me, Panicaro! And welcome back to the stream. Drachwax, welcome to the stream. Yeah. So, my friends, today we're gonna work a little bit on some stuff. Oh yeah, baby. So the idea, guys, is that we're gonna today work on, how's it called? Fix It Cam. And hopefully finishing it up and releasing it out into the wilds. At least that's the idea. We don't know if it will be the case, but that's the idea. Okay? Okay. So, for now, I would say let's switch the music. Oh no. So, wait. Since when did you not hear me? That's the question. Anyway, if nobody heard me, well, welcome. Welcome to the stream, and Bin2224, thank you much for following. Welcome to the Coders Club 18 hours ago. So, okay. I don't know why it just got muted. Or whatever. Yeah. So, today, guys, the idea was that we're gonna work a little bit on Fix It Cam, finishing it up so we can release it. I mean, that would be great, so that I have finally released Fix It Cam. So for that, we're gonna check it out. So, just a bit, it's a bit weird. Why did the override metrics again not work? Confusing. Wait, tools? And then transition override metrics. Now, like if you switch to desktop, it's supposed to be shader. 1000 millisecond. EG 1 second. And otherwise it does cut. Why can't you just store that? There you go. That's better. So, now we also got our friend up and run. There we go. So let's place an R at 3030. I also got a warm cup of tea. I got some sparkling water and some Spezi, just as usual. And right now we're compiling Fixit Cam so I can show you the changes. It seems the game is booting up since packaging finished already. So guys, what were you up to today, X? I'm so lonely today, huh? Got it. So, is something wrong with the audio? Hold on a second. Let me check that. No, it seems to be fine. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. So it's nothing wrong with me. My day was kind of fine, though I'm not motivated to do much. Ah, really? I mean, my day was packed again with some college stuff. Though I was not less motivated, since I still was able to do quite a bit of progress in Fixit Cam, so that we should be able to release Fixit Cam within this stream here. Yeah, and I also did lately some other system administration stuff, and yeah, so I'm actually rather okay around that time. I finally was able to keep up with the latest releases of the Yu Shukan light novel translation, because like for Yu Shukan there is no English translation of the light novel. There is just a web novel translation, or once was, and the same due to this, the web novel translation started a couple of like 2-3 months ago or something to translate the light novel, but I haven't read that till now. So look at that, guys. So this is the new Fixit Cam editor, and I worked a little bit on the graph thingy here. So you can now finally, right click on keyframes to ease them, to change their keyframe type. Like that. You can move them around. Like that. It does, if you double click, nothing happens. If you single click, nothing happens. You can take the handles, move them around. Holy smoke, Blancas, yeah. And now they are, like, once you have moved them, they are unaffected by the other automated things here. So there is that. Yeah, you can also change the types, so we could make it linear, for example, now. You still have to move that guy around. I do not copy the handle data yet, so that's something I want to have to look into. And then we have, like, here, you can see it's linear, and also the handles are removed. But now you can see it's linear, doing its job, just as it should. And yeah, you can also see, like, ease in out. Now we got an ease in out node that is properly optimized and automatically calculated for the interpolation stuff. And yeah, you can also, on the side here, you have a tree view where you can now, like, select what you want to display. For example, we can say, show me the rotation stuff. then we got here our rotation path. And I can say, okay, well, I can also say like, just show me roll, and then we have like here only our roll data, like that. We can also say, show me the aperture. So, yeah, aperture is weird, to say the least. I think that's because it's so scaled down heavily. We have to fiddle around with the fit all function, I assume. That's the main reason why it looks so weird, I suppose. Wait, we can try if we change the aperture now to like change it to 50 and make a keyframe there. Okay, yeah, then we crash. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Wait. It should only happen if we have a graph view. Like it should only do if we have a graph view. So there is some stuff I want to we have to do. First of all, attributes should have an update delegate so that we can say on value change, trigger the delegate, and then everything is done that way instead of me having to manually tell the graph view every time that stuff has changed. So that there the updates happen properly. In addition to that, I want to figure out how I can say, and I know you care. And we have to fix the fit all function. But that's about it for now as far as I'm aware, and also maybe align the stuff in the timeline here a little bit better. Let's do that right away, because it should be rather easy, honestly. So over here we have a vertical box, and here we just say this here gonna be outer height, this is gonna be fill height, and then there you are, and then there you are. Then we just say v-align, fill, h-align, fill. Though I want some padding here, so let's add some padding. And yeah, that's about it. I don't think that we need more. I think that's everything we need. So then we should have fixed the alignment there, which is good. So now let's add to the attributes some delegates. Best would be to the editor attributes, not to the not to the normal attributes, I think. Actually, yeah, no, let's just add it to the normal attributes. There is a keyframe, and there is a keyframe ref, and there is an attribute. And I'm gonna do following things. So I'm gonna say declare multicast delegate f on update And then we say f on update, and then we're pretty good already. So there is not much I want to like. This is already enough in my opinion. So what I'm gonna do now is I go to the keyframe control essentially, and instead of doing this here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go attribute dot get, and then there is get attribute, and then there is like the on update, and I just simply broadcast that, and then we're pretty good already. So there is that. So that means I essentially gonna add that everywhere where we had these changes to things, and then we're pretty good. So graph, let's check out where we have the graph view, and instead of doing the graph view, we just simply do the delegate. I mean, it's rather easy. Actually, I mean, hold on. We actually can completely get rid of such a line and then say, yo, we're gonna do that, or at least over here. So we just say, yo, we're gonna do that in a recalculate all keyframes. We go in there and then say on update. That's directly the attribute, so there you go. Oh wait, did it not recognize my command or what? Place R 3030. Oh, I mistyped. That's why. There we go. So now we have keyframe, next keyframe, blah blah blah. So let's check out in our keyframe control where we else use the graph view for the means of triggering the update. Okay, that's detect drag. That's some geometry stuff. That's also some geometry stuff. That's some handle stuff. And that's just simply straight out setting it. Okay, that's rather good. Now let's go to the graph view, check it out there. So update. So there is the update function for the construction. Okay, I mean that's fine. And by me. Then we got one in set attributes. That's also fine at the update function itself. Okay, so that's rather fine. Now let's go over to the drag drop because we probably have it here sometimes. Though we recalculate all keyframes, so that should be fine. And nowhere else to be seen. Well, great. And we don't need to do anything else, I suppose. So that's rather okay. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna try to... Do we... So we don't need the update now. So now we just need to tell the... now we need to take the graph essentially. Our graph viewer. There we have set attributes. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna say for each attribute, for fig editor attribute base pointer attribute in attributes we're gonna do following. We say attributes dot get attribute get attribute or on update, and then we say Adds a delegate of the small location. It's a raw C++ pointer delegate. Well, this. And then SFIG graph view update, I would say. Then it triggers the update automatically. So we simply add for each one such a thing, and that returns the F delegate handle. So that means we say delegate handles dot add, and we're gonna add the delegates like that. So we need that as a function. So we go over there and then we say t array editor attribute f delegate handle. Those are delegate handles that. So we could just simply add those, and before we set them like that, we're gonna go and say for each attribute, can we wait, delegate handles, can we take it directly from those and say, no, I don't want to. No, I do not. Okay, so I have to say then attribute, get attribute on update, and then I say remove, and then I say delegate handles, and then I provide attribute like that. So that means we're gonna change that a little bit up. Give me a second. Attribute like that, and we change this here to an T map with ffyc editor attribute base pointer. More like that then, huh? What about that? So we could even iterate over the delegate handles directly. Well, whatever, that's all right. That's also fine. Just remove all the delegates. That's very important. So, and the same counts when you are doing destruction, because then the pointer actually runs invalid. Then it's rare or rather critical, troublesome if we continue to do that. So, let's add virtual and override specifiers, and now we're gonna add the implementation of that. Right? Come on. There we go. And inside of this implementation here, we can now go in and say, we're gonna remove that. Then we're pretty much done. So, let me drink some tea. Nice. That's all I have to say. Nice. Wonderful. Okay. And with that, we should have the updates in. Well, the better updates, you could say. Now, more of a question is, what else was missing? If there was actually something else. Yeah, so we have some ideas, being honest. I have some ideas. So that's mainly regarding this guy here. Or actually, it's maybe let's do it on the on mouse button down. So if the mouse event Come on. Mouse event get affecting button equals E keys left mouse button. And I want to check if we are clicking on a line, essentially, okay? So the question is, how can we do that? I mean, honestly, over here. Wait, where are we drawing the plots? Here. We iterate over each frame. So we could just simply say, yeah, let's take each frame and then say, are we close to that plot? And if that's the case, we're gonna use it. Let's do that, actually. I mean, since we are iterating over here every time, we can also do it on the mouse button down, which doesn't happen that often. So we can remove this line. We can also remove the plot lines over there. So more like that. But then we have frame attribute to local, and with that we now have the plot point. And what we can do now is we can calculate the distance between the plot point and our mouse event, essentially. So a vector to the local mouse position equals my geometry absolute to local mouse event get cursor get screen space position, like that. And now I'm calculating vector to the distance, vector to the delta equal or difference between plot point and mouse. Local mouse position, like that. And now I can say if the difference dot get absolute, which is essentially the length, get a copy of this vector with the absolute value of, oh wait, no, that's not. Ah. Size gets the length. Well, okay, then that. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, yo, what's about the length? What about the length over there? So we say, is the distance, is this like smaller than some value we're gonna specify now? I'm gonna say 5. Then I want to add a add a new point there. How should I say? I mean, we have the attributes, so we're gonna say, I was gonna say attribute dot set keyframe creates sets the keyframe at the given frame to the current value. Not to the current value. That's not the case. Can I mean, I can say set keyframe from float. We can go that way. I need the frame, and then I have value. So that's more of a problem, though. I can just say value to local. Now I'm a bit confused. What about frame attribute to local? Well, whatever. I just provide a value. Oh, no, wait. Local to value. That's what we care about. And then I provide the local Y position, essentially. So that means I go local mouse position Y. Now we got the value. And keyframe type is ease, and we are gonna create it. We're going to create that guy. And directly after that, we're gonna say attribute. And then very important, we say update value. No. We say, wait, update value? I want to say on update, the fuck? On. Okay, get attribute on update. There you go. Broadcast. Now we are talking. Okay. And now after all of that is done, we're gonna return with nav reply handled, because we have handled that thing, okay? Like that. Nice. Oh, and I'm not gonna do it on mouse button down. Instead, I'm gonna do it over here. That. Okie dokie. So, with that, we hopefully should be able to create a new keyframe, essentially. Oh, and if we go over to our keyframe control, I want the ability to remove a keyframe by just simply doing a left click on it. So for that, we go to the on mouse button up, and then we say, okay, is it a mouse? Then we can ignore that here. We're gonna remove this here, and then we say, okay, was it a double click? If it was a double click, do your thing and update the graph. Then we should be fine. We should, I hope. Okay, so let's see. Let's see how that will look like, how it works. If it feels right, you know, stuff like that. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, not so great. So 5 actions, we're gonna wait for those 5 actions and we're gonna see. I really hope that we can release Fixit Cam today, because I don't want to continue to bother with it, for now at least. I have already tried out if we can do some stuff with the replay, with the replay stuff, with the replay system. Recording and playing things does indeed work, but there is a major issue, and that is that scrubbing doesn't work. The literal scrub function does not work, which is rather disappointing, to say the least. Well, I mean, by itself it would work. It's just that the game crashes if I'm using it. That's what I want to say. So we would have to try, like that would mean we would have to patch the game to make it work. And then also make sure that other mods work, because you having enabled fixit pack utilities does not even allow me to finish a recording. I can start a recording, but I cannot stop a recording. So, yeah. That dream of a replay system, I'm not gonna bother yet, being honest. It would be absolutely fantastic if we could. But we do not, and that's sad. Maybe you're also gonna tweak a little bit on our calculation stuff, on our interpolation algorithm, or mechanics. Hold on a second. When we say set keyframe from float, you're setting that on an editor attribute. So we got a tfig editor attribute. And then we say set keyframe from float. And then we say create a new keyframe type. Isn't that rather suspicious? I mean, I think we can work a little bit around that to fix some weird behavior. Also, we're gonna have to fix this here. Like, the further I go over there, the less spars we get. We don't have the issue over there, but over here we do, which is not correct. So, okay, and we haven't fixed the fit all function yet, but at least the layout here is now good. That's now way better. Though I still want a padding of 5 around the tree view itself, I would say. Being honest here. So, yeah. So now we're gonna change that to ease. We're gonna change this here also to ease. And we're gonna change this here to ease. So one idea I had to fix some rather weird behavior someone or people would say that's a weird behavior, is that nodes like these, like keyframes like these, which are actually at the maximum and minimum of things, don't have a diagonal slope there. They should not have a slope. They should have a slope from zero. So these kinds of nodes, which are at an extreme point essentially, like when the keyframe before it is lower and the keyframe after it is lower than its own value, then I want these ease nodes to actually be handled like an ease in out node, which should make the whole experience, should make using those a little bit easier for everyone that's part of this year. So it should be more like that. So I think that's a more natural approach to things, so it doesn't confuse the content. I think this makes it that the content creators are not that confused. If we say, okay, these here behave then like normal ease and out nodes, but like if they are in between two such nodes, so that means like one of the values on a side is bigger and the other keyframe of a side is smaller than the keyframe itself, then it uses as a slope for that, it uses the slope between those, like it does right now. So that I think makes the whole experience a little bit better. At least that's how I feel right now, being honest here. So okay, now let's try out. If I click on the graph, we create a node. Isn't that beautiful? Though we don't recalculate, so that's not good. So if we're gonna say I click over there, it doesn't recalculate. So I have to manually say recalculate so that we then have a proper node in here. But at least it works. So you can now click on a graph to create a new node there. So that's good. Now I want to remove keyframes by clicking on them. Did it work? I don't know if it worked or not. That looked rather weird. Hold on. I'm clicking on it. No. Doesn't work. It's weird. I'm clicking on it, I want to remove it. That's all what I want to say. By the way, you can also like then change that to step. Then we also have the issue that we got a handle here for this side, which doesn't make much sense since it's a step. So the handle config, like when to display handles and when not, should also change a little bit, because that's rather weird. So like right now on the other side we don't have a handle, even though we want the handle over there. So there is essentially the wrong side where we have a handle available and we're not. Okay, so removing keyframes doesn't work yet. We got this issue. Oh wait, hold on, one more thing. If I go in here and now say I want my position to have a keyframe, okay, you can see it's directly updated, which that is good. At least that works. That's really good. So, and if we're gonna say yeet it out, oh frick, okay, then it fails. Then it fails. If we're gonna try to yeet it out, it fails. That's not good. Keyframe control. So that's where the magic happens. So we're gonna so like this happens usually in the left mouse button here, and we also say remove the keyframe over there. No, yeah, we say try to remove the keyframe, and then we broadcast the on update. So everything else should stop trying to do weird things. At least it should. But if it does, we probably never know. Creating works, for whatever reason, but not deleting them. Deleting them doesn't seem to behave the way I want it to. Gonna have to figure out something. For that. Okay, for now, let's go over to the graph view. So over here we draw the grid. So this is drawing the grid. And we got here this absolute thingy going on. Otherwise we have some issues. But this by itself also seems to have created an issue. Or did it? Like, steps is 1, and we could only multiply by 10. That means steps by itself are always bigger than 0. So, okay. The issue relies in frame start minus that. Though this here can return negative values if frame start is a negative value. Then it says frame start minus that thing, which is then actually a addition. But it still should work just fine. Don't know why I've added that over there. Let's remove that. So hopefully that is now fixed. The other issue was in our keyframe control. Clicking on a keyframe didn't change much. And I now know why. Because it cares about this has changed here. And we say it only cares about that if we do not have so like either it has not either the value has not changed, or to handle or from handle are set. Like that. Then we remove the keyframe. And then we say attribute get attribute on update. Maybe this attribute on attribute get causes some issues. So let me try to attribute get attribute. So like that. And instead of doing this here, we're gonna say attrib on update broadcast. Maybe that solves the issue. I'm not sure. Next up is something else, I guess. We got editor attribute base. UI. Right, we wanted to change some calculation stuff here. So So if we, this PK stands for previous keyframe, and that's the next keyframe. We do some mathematics stuff here, and then we say, okay, what I want to do is I only want to do this here. Actually, we do a lot of math in here, and we only need an ease. Whatever. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna say, okay, we are in ease. So, but I only, so if we do that here. So if the previous keyframe value is smaller, than me, and the next keyframe value is smaller than my value, okay, or it's bigger. Let me do this here. Or the previous keyframe value is bigger than me, and the next keyframe value is bigger than me. So if one of these is the case, that both other keyframes are smaller than me or bigger than me, what I'm then gonna do is my tangent value, so k out tan value equals 0. Same as the in tan value, both gonna be 0. 0. Okay. Good. I'm not quite sure why this here worked. This here works even though we don't set the in value here for that guy. This is a rather, seems to be rather weird. So let me just do that to make it more clear. This is the case. And then we're pretty good. So that should be fine. So yeah, with that we should have calculated that thing. Okay, now back to the keyframe control, because the keyframe control has to decide here when, or not there, but here, when to have which kind of handle. So if we have the handles activated for the previous key, so if the previous keyframe has the handles activated, then it does that. But that only means if we are but if our own keyframe, if keyframe type is not step, because if it's step, then that's not the case. So we're gonna have to change it. And the next key and we have the handle to the next step. If the next one has handles, which is the case if it's custom, whatnot, blah 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 and whatnot, our own keyframe is set, and our own, no wait, it has keyframes to the next if we have handles. Yes. Or the next keyframe. Keyframe type Get keyframe type has handles. Like that. Rather weird conditions, but it would make sense. I think. I hope. You get what I mean. So let's try that out and see if it works. If it works, great. If it doesn't, not so great. But who cares? Right? Right. No, wait, did that actually make sense? That we have added that with the... That it would say, okay, if you're at the max or min point, do the same thing as we do if we are end point. Does that actually make sense? I'm not sure if that makes actually any sense. I don't think it does. I think we should change that back. I think we should change that back. Being honest. I would say let's... okay, no, wait. Wait, let's just try it out and we will see. Let's just try it out and we'll see. Oh, frick. I just noticed that something is completely weird here. Hold on. Ah, there we set the out 10 value to. Makes a lot more sense that way. It's loading. It's loading, loading, loading. The game is booting up. The game is booting up. Just saying. Just saying. The game is booting up. There we go. Confirm. Okay, at least the handle makes sense now. And we technically would have those thingies here now. That seems also to work, which is nice. Oh, hold on. Jesus Christ, what's happening? The fuck is that? Start. Oof. And that's not what we wanted. No matter how you look at it. I still was not able to try out most things I wanted to. Oh boy. Ugh. We're just waiting again, guys. Just waiting. Hmm. So, game should be booting up soon. There we go, finally the window appeared at least. Hmm. Come on. Takes forever to load, you know. Quite annoying. Holy smokes. This guy's doing things that's unbelievable. What about test 3? That seems at least a little bit more promising. Wow. Do we... Okay, so it's the cinematic camera where bossing the resolution doesn't work. Like in the normal camera it works, but not with the cinematic camera. Not good, not good. That has to be changed. That has to change. So, okay, at least you can see those things here work again. Good. So if we zoom in, okay, wait, Z never really changes. Y changes though. Let's zoom in here. Like that. You can see we do quite a bit of a turn here. Ease. Yeah, I mean that doesn't look that great. At least not as graph. Actually, hold on, I just realized. I mean, we can go over here and then say deactivate everything except Y. And then got then we got this here. which is rather nice, being honest. And now you can see we got actually a rather nice looking curve, kinda. It's mainly the start and end points that kinda mess up some stuff, as far as it seems. But now we have straightened that up. So if we go... So the idea is if we can now go, say... We unlock that. And we're gonna move up. I want to have a smooth camera path. That's all there is to it. Hold on a second. Actually, it's not that bad. It's mainly the start and end points that look kind of weird. So, if we... What happens if we change those to be... ease in out? Okay, no, that doesn't look great. No, that doesn't look great. Like, at all. It changes back to ease. Like previously that guy was a little bit more like that. No, then it actually makes sense. Because I don't like how that looks. I mean, it overshoots here a little bit. And then goes back. But like if we say it's ease, then it's more smooth. At least in my opinion. I'm not quite sure. Though in my opinion, this here looks kind of better. We now say, have a look at Z. When I say we're gonna make that ease. Then like we still have like this guy over here, where the stuff gets flattened out. And like what we had previously was like something like that. Yeah, okay. That was... I think that was better. For that guy. I think that in this case, this here looks better. But then like the ending is a bit weird. And should... But like the ending cannot really change much. Because like the ending is depending on where that guy is. Previously it was something like that. I mean, I think this here looks better than this. But I'm actually not quite sure. And then you have this. So if there is a keyframe that's just a tiny bit close to that, we have a constellation like that where it still then overshoots a little bit, which is weird. But if that would not have been the case, it would be smoothed out. So I think we'll leave it as we had it previously. I think the previous system was better. Honestly. I think the previous system was better. If I'm being honest, yeah. Okay, now let's try removing the keyframe. Okay. That worked. We forgot to add the recalculation when adding a keyframe. So we're gonna have to figure out something for that. But yeah, we cannot do that. We have to say, okay, it's normal. It's like everything else. Okay, but at least removing keyframe works. Okay, now let me try to click. Damn it. Why did that happen? Actually, yeah, hold on a second. We have this here. Editor attribute base. Remove keyframe. Get the attribute. And then remove the keyframe, but only if the attribute is valid. This is virtual, right? Alright, we are in the group. Virtual void. Remove keyframe. Alright. And then we're gonna iterate over all attributes. Like that. And then we say remove keyframe. Like that. To remove a given keyframe. Then we have this guy there, which allows you to remove a keyframe. So float keyframe and remove keyframe. So we are now here in float keyframe. Float attribute. And there is a remove keyframe function. And the ref then says keyframes remove. All that is associated for a key. So this should not crash. I hope. Let's just keep that for now. Maybe it's fixed now. Maybe it's not. We will see. It's as simple as that. Okay. We said in our animation we're gonna change this here back to its old behavior. which was without that if thingamajig. It was with this here only. Because it just simply makes so much more sense. Okie dokie, so now we have that, and okay, that's good. Now there was one more thing. Right, when we create a keyframe, so that's mainly something for the for the graph view. When we are creating a keyframe, which happens here, we trigger on broadcast, but we don't need to. What we should do instead is we just simply take the attribute and then say, okay, we get the attribute, and then we say recalculate all keyframes. So let's just simply start what has to happen. Okay. Want to become famous? Wow! Frick bot. Yeah, fucking botting here. Okay, so so we got this fit, so we got that now in, and so that it recalculates when we create something. Frame rate just collapsed. Bit rate. Today seems to not be a great day for streaming, huh? What has happened just now? Now it gets back up. Okay, weird. So that should be the recalculation of the keyframe when you create it. Next up is removing keyframe. Hopefully that's fixed. No, that the other issues. Maybe hopefully that stuff is not fixed. There was one more issue. That was something when like creating keyframes via path. What was that? I know that changing the keyframe type. That was it exactly. Changing keyframe type doesn't properly doesn't work as intended. So we have to go to the keyframe control. By the way, why is there no code glance anymore? Where's code glance gone? Gone to. There we are. So we got this here. We recalculate that. So we got this here, which is like set keyframe from float. Give me the keyframe value, and then we have the type there. And we have set this to create false. And create false should essentially mean only try to copy the stuff, if possible. So, let's have a look at the set keyframe from float function. This is part of the editor attribute base. So it means it's overridden. We have here the editor, the tfig editor attribute base. and the group editor attribute base. So let's have a look at the group edited attribute base. Here we set keyframe from float, and here we just simply set keyframe from float with the exact same values essentially. So there is not much difference. So that means we care more about this guy, set keyframe from float for the tfig editor attribute. And this is a little bit more tricky because this guy now goes in here and says, okay, if there is no keyframe already there and bcreate is not true, return. Otherwise, we then just simply set the keyframe like that. But that's not really what should happen here. So what we're gonna do now instead is following. We go in here and then we say, is bcreate deactivated, or let's just keep that. And then we say we have this get keyframe guy. So we try to get the keyframe at that location. So auto keyframe, get keyframe, and then we say keyframe like that. Specify. Okay, now we got a keyframe, which is good. With the keyframe, return if it's not set. Good. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna check if we have a keyframe. So, because if we have a keyframe, we don't create one. We just simply update that guy, that poor guy. Okay. And otherwise, you can then truly say, okay, we're gonna create. Like, yeah. So this keyframe type guy, this attribute type, keyframe type. So yeah. Gonna say that's the new keyframe, and then we say, okay, if we have a keyframe already given, we then say the new keyframe will be the keyframe. So we just simply get that guy and then cast it to an attribute type, keyframe type pointer, and through that, and then convert it to a keyframe, to such a keyframe type. And then we're gonna set the keyframe like that, and out of there comes then here a new keyframe attribute get set keyframe, and then we just simply give it. We're gonna do here new keyframe equals attribute type, keyframe type. And then do the parameter list for the constructor, and move that down, say new keyframe. Okay. Whew, okay, so now with that we can now say new keyframe new keyframe dot value equals in value. And new keyframe type. I'm not quite sure what that will be, but like, shouldn't there be like keyframe class? So there is a structure keyframe which has a keyframe type, and there is a float keyframe which has a value. So we essentially just need value and keyframe type. With those two we can work. So keyframe type will be then the new in type, and this value will be the in value. So we just simply update. instead of completely create a new one. Like that. And that should essentially do the trick already. Great. So I hope that we got that now. What else do we need? Right, I wanted a little bit more padding over here around our tree view. So I wanted to have some padding here. Like that. I'm not quite sure how to do an auto expand, I'm very sorry. I would love to, but I simply don't know how to do an auto expand for our tree view. So now we got those, and now I want to work a little bit on our fit all function here. Not sure where it is. There is a fit all function. So we do some weird things sometimes. So frame min equals fmath min frame min and frame. It's as simple as that. Then we got frame max, fmath max, frame max, and frame. You got value min equals fmath min value. And then we got value max equals fmath max value value. Maybe did you break it? Drachwax? Seems to work. At least for me. So next up is we got now the value, so we fixed that now. And what I want to do additionally now is also have a look at the other stuff. Duh. So we got a keyframe control, which looks at all the keyframes essentially. Can't we do that a little bit differently? Why do we look at the keyframe controls? The fuck? I would just simply want to get all the can we iterate over all the attributes? Let's say like attribute 0, get key, and then like get attribute, get keyframes. Then we get literally all the keyframes. I mean, doesn't that make a lot more sense? Auto attribute in attributes. And then we say like for every keyframe, just place a glider to remove some moving stuff. Okay. So now we got 4 attribute outer keyframe in attribute, get keyframes. We're iterating over some stuff over there. Duh. Like that. Okay. So, I mean, like, wait, frame min is 0 and max is 10, and value min is -1 and max is 1. So that we have some pre-initialized stuff here essentially, because now we can essentially remove this if condition there, take all of that stuff in from that, and now we just care about that. So we already have a frame, which is essentially keyframe.key. That's essentially keyframe or the frame value already. So now we care about the value. The value is a little bit more tricky. So we can say keyframe value keyframe dot value, and then that's about it. So now we got the keyframe, but now we can't do much with it because this now depends on the different keyframe types, you know. So we have now two options. We say, can we cast it to something we know, e.g. float. So is this a fig float attribute? Float keyframe. So for that, I'm gonna have to figure out how to define if a keyframe. For that, I have to figure out the keyframe type essentially. Oh wait, no, we can get the controls as float. Oh, okay. I didn't expect that. So we can get the value as float and controls as float. So we have stuff for that. Okay, that's good. That's really good, because that means we can go in here and then we say keyframe dot value get value as float. And then we say keyframe dot value get. Actually, can I say fig keyframe pointer kf equals keyframe dot value get. Makes it so much better. Kf. Then I say kf get value as float. And do we have multiples? There's a min 3. Do we also have a max 3? Yes, we do have that. So now I can also say like fmath min. Then I say kf get in controllers float kf get out controllers float. Oh, Oh, that's how they work. Oh, okay. They want to float on both sides. So float out out frame. Wait, so we want in frame, in value, out frame, and out value. Let me get those then pretty quickly. It should be actually rather easy. So in control, so first comes the frame, I think. Out frame, out value. So in frame, in value. And then we got out frame, out value. Like that. And Drachwix is killing it, huh? You're killing it. So then we got fmath min. Where we then go with, so that's value. So in value and out value. And we do the same over there. So we say fmath min in value, then out value. Wait, no. We say x. So same over there. We go in and say fmath min in frame, out frame, and then we say fmath max in frame and out frame, and here we then convert it to an int64 value, like that. And now we have frame min max and value min max. I'm still not happy with those because I want some padding around everywhere, at least a little bit. So for that we're gonna calculate the differences, okay? So let's go with int64 frame frame span, which is essentially then fmath abs frame min max minus frame min and value span fmath abs value max minus value min. Okay, and now I'm gonna say frame span equals frame span divided by 10, and value span equals value span divided by 10. Okay, and with this I can now say frame min minus equal frame span frame max plus equal frame span value min minus equal value span and value max plus equal value span. And with that we have now even a small little buffer area, a little bit of padding you could say. So those should be the new fit all functions. Great, I think. Actually, I just noticed something. So this here, the frame span also gets a max, which either is this or a span of 10 frames. And for our ABS here, for the values, we're gonna do value span being 1. Like that. Mm-hmm. So with this, we can essentially make with that we have now at least a little bit of span, and instead of doing this here, we're gonna do following thing. We're gonna say frame min will be t numeric limits in 64 max t numeric limits in 64 min. So that means like nearly like actually every other number than this, every other number is bigger or equal to this number, and for that every other number is smaller or equal to this number. Those are the limits. So it means the first value that will go into our loop here will be used. So without any additional logic we have to put in, we can make sure that the first value are then the actual values we're gonna use for that step. Hey, just dropped in. Das Ille, welcome to the stream. So that's why I'm putting in here the numeric limits. Load max and t numeric limits float min, like that. And that should do the trick, I hope. So here we have then the spans, and on value range changed. Yeah, that's also true. We should not do this stuff here. That stuff happens down there after we have iterated over all the things. Not every time. There you go, more like that. I see scope operators. I see the colon scope operators, and my post-traumatic stress disorder immediately kicks in. Oh, what? But C++ is love. Yummy. So, I will try. Let's just wait for the build and we will see. Hopefully it works now, so that we can works mostly like we want to, so that we can finally release Fixed Cam. The new Fixed Cam update. With all the different features. Yeah. So what else do we need? Do we need something else? I'm not quite sure. So this is now compiling. The question is what I'm gonna do next. Yes, and I had a job once editing VBA interface for money office to take data from an industrial measuring suit. I can tell you, people fiddling with operations outside classes and everyone brewing their own stew is hell. Fuck. Microsoft Office, Visual Basic for applications. Yeah, I know. VBA. VBA is shit. Garbage. Stupid. The normal Visual Basic is better than VBA. Like, Visual Basic still has a place in my heart, since that's the first programming language that I happened to start using to make desktop applications. I mean, that was like the first language after doing Lua code in Computercraft. That's then the next step, and after that I then started to do Java and Minecraft mods and plugins. I don't know why I did that Visual Basic stuff, but I did it, and since then, since reasons, it's always a place in my heart. Where did you get this value from? I can't find it in the globals. Oh, look here, I scoped. Fuck. So that's a not so cool looking graph, you know. So for now, there you go, that worked. Recalculating works like a charm. That's good. And you can see we got buffers. We got beautiful buffers, which is really, really good. Really, really nice. Now I want to try out when we are going up. It ignores the handles. That's no good. Or no, wait. They have signs. And those signs cause the trouble. Damn it. Like, I guess if I put that up here, we have a lot of space here created due to that. But like, if I reduce that back down, yeah, I know actually it does it in the opposite direction here, so well, okay. Well, then there is that. But yeah, you can see it takes that into account and creates the buffer zone we see here. So we're gonna have to change that. So it seems like we just simply have to change some signage. That's good. The question is just So like if that guy is all the way up here, it seems like it does its job properly. But it takes it into account for the different side, it seems. So So like it seems like that I have to flip the out value. No, wait. Eh? Oh, okay, no, so the out value actually works as it should. So the out value works just fine. Ah, no. Now I slowly get it. Hold on. So obviously. So value. Okay, so well, at least the out value is fine. We don't have to change the sign. And then we got here int 64 frame, which is keyframe key. So I'm gonna change that, you know. So this will be frame from now on, frame, and this here will be value from now on. So very important, what I forgot is that this here is the case. So that we're gonna have to say value plus that given thing. Value plus wait, that's the frame, not the frame. Frame value and value. There we go. Hey, do you know what an SPS is? Or PLC for English speakers? Since I'm a German speaker, I know what a SPS is, and I'm not quite sure what a PLC is. But I know a SPS. I haven't worked with it, but I have seen it from time to time. Out of my eyeball, like on the side of my eyeball, I just saw it sometimes, and I know that's due to other circumstances. I know that that was then SPS. And Fixed Networks is planning to do something like that. Not a SPS, but program logic control. Ah, okay. But like we call it Fixed Visual Script, which is visual scripting for fixed networks. Okay, so we got that now. Out value. And the in value. So, okay. The thing was like the in terms of value, out value, that was fine. The problem was this here. Like now it takes that in consideration, but like previously it didn't, which was not nice. If we go into negative, still doesn't take it in consideration. Ah yeah, because of the wrong side here, yeah. But now it takes it into consideration and it works. So as we can see, that just simply means in regards of value, we have to change it on the input side, the signage of it. We're gonna do this here. And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna check it for the it's like we have that as fit all. Okay, so that's a bit weird here, but okay. For now, whoa. What did happen there? Okay. Weird things are happening again. Change the signage here. And I think we have to change the signage for the frame. Oh no, we don't. We don't. I'm not quite sure. Let's just leave that now. I thought maybe I still have the documentation for S5 SPS AVL language interpreter. Resembles a very basic assembly language. If you are interested, I could send it to you. No. We cannot. That's now again forcing a language to be something which it's never is meant to be. No. And that would mean I have to add the editor of an SPS system somehow inside of the Unreal Engine, and then also would have to get the license to be able to do something like that. That's just stupid. Das Illo. That's just straight out stupid. The only good and that's why I'm creating my own visual scripting language. No licensing issues, no technical limitations, full freedom. And a hell of bugs, yeah. That's Illo, just stop it, please. We don't take our SPS or ladder, for that matter, directly into account to do something, or for being to adapt that to fixed networks. No. Message for him. Don't trigger Panda's rant about programming languages. Like, just that was a message from Drachwax over on Twitch. Don't trigger Panda's rant about programming languages. And he is totally right, because we don't have the time for that. We don't have the time for that. I won't talk. I wouldn't. I think you wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't talk about ladder. That is but only a big thing in the US. Ah, okay. Are you sure? I think Sweden. Well, I mean, it seems like Sweden also does it, since Rose is in Sweden and loves ladder. So, not quite sure about that. Drachwax, we can see how bored you are, as it seems, since you're constantly doing this stuff with the Codes universe. Nice. But that doesn't mean you should stop. Because, Illu, if you haven't noticed yet, that red stuff there, that blinking red stuff, that's Conway's game of life and can be controlled via the Twitch chat. Ooh, Satisfactory start. In Central Europe, we mainly use FUP and AVL. There is that Pascal implementation for PLCs that never seem to gain traction. Game of life, yes. That seems to work. Generally seems to work now, that's great. There you go. At the end, we reached 100 messages because I was simply bored. Probably. Probably. So we got that now. Seems to work just fine. We cannot change it to ease in out or to linear. And it still contains the handles. Okay, it's weird that linear has a handle over there, so we have to figure out why that is the case. And if we change that to step, you can see at least the step here. The step here has changed, but we still have an out, but we still have an out handle. But though we want an out handle over there, so we want an out handle here. Yeah, but I mean, I just noticed this here's kind of stupid. Like, why? Why should step behave like that? I mean, step should behave the same way as linear does. And if this node here is linear, the next section will be linear. That means if this here is step, the next section should be step. Because otherwise, this here, because that means like this stuff in here cannot be anything else than like Bezier interpolation. That's just stupid. But at least, as you can see, if we add something, you can see we have the handles, and if we change the type of something, like from ease now, we're gonna change that now to linear. It keeps the handles, so that this here just simply plain out makes a lot more sense. Which is good, which is beautiful. Because that's what we want. Okay, so now if I click on here, I can remove a node, which is exactly what we want. And if I go in here and then, for example, click over there, I can create a node. And if I click on it again, I can remove the node. So that works. Next up, what if I click on that? I create for all of them nodes. And if I click on it again, it crashes. It's so unreal. Fun quote by teacher back in vocation school. Pascal ist neumodischer Kram, das wird nie einer benutzen. Gosh. Pascal is so new stuff, nobody will use it. Wow. Oof. Cheese. Okay, so at least we can now confirm this here works. Good. That is good. Let me actually let's just open that stuff up pretty quickly. Quote was back in 2015. The fuck? The fuck? And Pascal was new stuff. Sure. The heck did I create? Did I create on 44, 45? No. Gonna commit everything except that. make stuff just simply better. And commit. So the on SPS. Oh, the fuck. Okay. Just use Lua. Come on. Lua is beautiful. Okay, so next up is keyframe from float. Blah blah blah. Pipapo. Tralala. Was pain with its syntax for me. Python is pain for me with its syntax. Gosh. And we actually reached 100 messages. Rachwax. We actually now reached 100 messages with your place glider for 15. Damn. Damn. Never did Python, so don't know. Incarnations matter. Like how many tabs or spaces you do matters in Python, because that defines a scope block, essentially. Lewis, but it is too complex. Industry likes it for a good reason. Stuff where all the fat is trimmed off so people cannot screw up as much. Okay. Alright, Python is something that I should avoid at all costs. That's the spirit. What did I want to do? Right, check why keyframe control still doesn't work when removing keyframes on group. So we call this remove keyframes. We got the fig editor attribute base for the remove keyframe, but on a group attribute we override it. I mean, it's virtual, so it should be overridden. And what we do instead here, we iterate over all the attributes, try to get the child editor attribute base, and then remove the according keyframe. And I feel your pain with Python. When I saw it first, I thought white spaces got romantically involved with any language that does not feature strict type checking in org, and Python was the in Lua you have like keywords to open and close the different code blocks. It's not just a single characters or words, but still way better than saying, okay, now the line after that defines how many indents you have to have in your code block so that stuff is considered to be within one code block. It's so annoying. I hate it. And then also that it matters if you're using tabs or spaces. Very annoying. And I don't get what's the good thing about why would people actually want to use spaces instead of the actual tab characters. I don't get it. This is something I never get. Why do people want to use spaces as for the tab functionality, even though we have an extra character that does the exact thing and often works like out of the box without the editor having to do weird things? Whitespace was that choke language that only uses. Yeah, I know. Because people are idiots. Ah, that makes sense, Dachwax. I'm totally with you, Dasilu, yeah. Good. So I'm not one of the mentally insane ones who is stupid and prefers tabs instead of spaces. Okay. Good. Whew. So, remove keyframe. Has changed. Attribute get. Why does that fail? That's the big question. Python breaks every time you use an editor not sanctioned by the high Python priests. Yeah, pretty much. No, you are an insane sane person. The fuck, Drachox, what does that mean? What is an insane sane person? Am I a saint or what? What do you want to say with that? An insane saint? Money, welcome to the stream. No! Hi-ho! Hmm. Hmm. I was so near to have a perfect playground for a glider. Oh, sorry. So... Why does it fail? Why does it crash? Especially in the way how it crashes. I mean, setting keyframes apparently work, but not removing keyframes. You wanna see the whole of the Satisfactory community just make a powered glider mod. Fuck. Wait, how long was I actually working on that now? 30 minutes or something like that? I don't know. I'm focused on this here. But I can't come up with a solution. It's annoying. Like, we remove the keyframe. We check if the attribute is safe. Hmm. Huh. I think I got it now. So this guy here, we should say on update. Or on update, we add a lambda with this, and what it just simply does is it iterates over all the attributes we got. So for our to attribute in attributes, it then says attribute dot value get attribute on update broadcast. Like that. Okie dokie. So I hope that works. Or I hope that it fixes the issue we have. Now let's change the way of interpolation of things. Because weird. So KF2 is what? It's like the next and previous keyframes, I guess. Ah, yeah, so that's the next keyframe, essentially. I'm gonna say... Ah, now I think I now understand what the issue, the intended issue here is, and why get value maybe also causes here so much weirdness. That's for float attribute. Okay. Let me change that. So this here, so KF gonna be KF from now on, and KF will be NK next keyframe. Okay. So then this here will be CT current time. Then this here will be next time. And then we're gonna change this here to current keyframe. And then I'm gonna add a new one, which is previous time. And I'm gonna store a fig float attribute previous keyframe. Not keyframe. Like that. So we're gonna change this here now rather heavily. So we also, so what we're gonna say now is we say I mean, we need the current keyframe, and we need the next keyframe. Or actually, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I think actually, can we keep the way we're doing things right now? Hold on. So what our current keyframe is, can we change it? It doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter what our current keyframe is. Wait, so if our current keyframe is keyframe step, then we are using our own value. Like that. And otherwise we have linear, and otherwise we have the interpolated. Okay, I think that's already it. I think that should have solved the weird step behavior. Now we just go back to our keyframe control to change again when we have which kind of handle. So if our current, so what we want to say is, if our, so there is like have handles, and that's essentially decided by the previous keyframe. If the previous keyframe says, yo, you're gonna have to have handles, then we say, yo, we're gonna do some handles. We're gonna get rid of this here. But if you're receiving handles, that now depends also on the previous so wait, no, that's the from handles. But if we are where we go to, if we need handles, that now solely depends on us. So if we say, yo, we need handles, then you get handles. Or does it? It's like if we say we need handles, it means the next section needs handles. No, wait, hold on. Hold on. So if our current keyframe says we are gonna be linear, then the next section will be linear. If our current keyframe says we are a step, the next section will be constant. Okay, yes. If our current keyframe says we need handles, then we need in the next section the handles. So that means the to handle has to be set. And the from handle is to be set if the previous keyframe said we need handles. So like that. Shit, got chaotic again. Of Opera Star, you get a handy, you get a handle, everybody gets a handle. Okay. I guess. I guess I'm gonna accept that, I'm not sure. You confused me right there. Just usual. So we got that. I was just kidding, it was just the moment. You just, I mean, it doesn't matter if it was kidding or not, you still have confused me. He wants a black slate for his placing. No. No. Cheese. Yummy cheese. Confusion is not always bad. No analog tank circuit would ever start oscillating without outside noise. Entropy. Yes, the chaos of the universe. And continue. Oh my goodness! It seems like it makes finally some sense. Took way too long till it made sense. I mean, I can now switch this here to step, and it's a proper step, but over there, and we still have like the handles, but not in between. If I change this here to linear, we now have a proper linear setup, like that. Woo, with no handles in between. It works! It just works! Chaos is a big thing if you think about it. Some neurons firing the wrong way lead to new ideas. Not all of them make it past the sanity check, but after that, voila, new idea. Okay. I'm not quite sure why this here has a weird offset always. Or here. But like with the ease functions, it then just simply works. That's a bit weird, but okay. Gonna leave it as is for now. It's beautiful. It seems like the arrow navigate, like most of the navigation stuff doesn't work anymore outside of the editor. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. I can give back control to the editor so the editor can do nice things, because that's not that nice. I'm still quite happy though. That's also weird. Like, why? Or how? Doop, 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 doop. Actually, I think I have a suspicion. Yeah. I knew it. Okay, it's the interpolation thing. We're gonna have to work on that a little bit. That should be an easy fix. Okay, though for now, hold on. I'm gonna make one more thing. I'm gonna add some keyframes and I'm gonna remove them. Yes! Oh. Let me have a look. I think that's also a rather easy fix. Two rather easy fix coming in right now. First things first, keyframe control, double click. Double click. We remove the keyframes, we are not triggering the update. Now we trigger the update. Now it should be. Now it should work. Then animation. Scrolling up. Instead of using -1, we use numeric limits. Float. Min. Numeric limits. float min, like that. Maybe there were shortcuts hacks implemented by the devs to suit what they wanted, but no longer is what they aimed to be, but the same state. That would be totally me while program. I'm guilty of that. Same. I mean, everyone is guilty of something like that. Refactoring is the only thing I can say to that then. Okay, so we got this now. So now we have now mostly fixed everything for the graph editor. Finally, graph editor seems to be pretty much done. So now I want to change one more thing, and that is in the editor, camera, actor. The editor, camera, actor. No, character, not actor. Character. This guy here allows you to use a cinematic camera. My problem with the cinematic camera is I have to change the resolution. I mean, I can't change the resolution. There is no sensor setting. Then like there is no like there is this wait why is there a constraint that changes the aspect ratio? Wait a second. Hold on. Wait, no, that's in the inside of the camera component. I mean, I care about the cinematic camera component. Aspect ratio. Read only. Computed from sensor dimensions. That's the camera film back settings. Film back. Film. There you go. Film back. And then there you have sensor, then you have sensor height and width. Okay. Okay. Horizontal side in millimeters. Just one more question. Can I I mean, I want to make it based on the resolution. How can I make it depend on the freaking resolution? Resolution. Maybe call up aspect. No, I have to change the sensor thingy. Sensor width and height. It's like I cannot do this here. So I have to check if the camera is cinematic. Cine camera component. Because if that is the case, I have to use cos say use cine camera component, cine camera cost, use cine camera component, camera cine camera sensor width context editor context. Oh, editor context, get animation. Resolution width and cine camera film back sensor height, editor context, animation, resolution, height. I mean, it's kind of extreme, but it should work. Honestly. And that's a giant sensor, guys. Like, if the resolution is set to like 1080p, then you have like a sensor height of 1080 millimeters. So this is a 10. Wait. Wait, what? That's then centimeters. That's like a. That's a meter. That is 1 meter wide sensor. 1 meter. Just saying. That's large. That's humongous. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Do I care? I don't know. I mean, we mainly needed, so like we have, so with this we can see where the sensor height is used and for what. And as you can see, it's actually only used for calculating the aspect ratio. And then for this here, which is the vertical field of view. But we have in our camera stuff the field of view as separate thing, so we are pretty much good. We're pretty much good with that. We don't have a focal length for that then, but we don't care about that. Is there a method to get unaltered screen parameters without super scaling stuff? What you mean? I don't quite get what you mean. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, I forgot. Ugh. Stop it. that's not the case, we say camera, set aspect ratio, edit the context, get animation, resolution, width divided by get editor, editor, context, get animation, resolution, height. So essentially something like that. Drachwax, I'm sorry for you. It entered chaos again, huh? Like when they use 1080p, but the engine renders something different. I mean, the disparity between what the game thinks is doing and the render is doing. I mean, I get what you mean with the super scaling, but what are you asking me? I'm not quite getting it. Like, for example, you can change often the super scaling, super resolution, super scaling stuff in the GPU itself. You can use the Unreal Engine parameters. So I mean, it's not really that's not really related to Fixit Cam. Oh, boys. Oh no, that was more out of curiosity. Okay. Like you make as a code or something that is aware of that being happening. I mean, surely there is some way to get that information, but like, I do not investigate in that because I simply don't give a fuck. Like, what should I do with that information? It's so unnecessary for me to spend time on investigating how I can get that data. I mean, to like I lately I realized like I was watching some anime. Or I'm not sure. Was I watching anime or was I reading some manga? I'm not quite sure. But then, like, I realized, so magic, yeah, that's nice. And then I realized, so why I got into how I got into doing stuff with the computer, because it's just simply real life magic. You can do anything with it in the virtual worlds you create with your computer, and you can do pretty much anything. It may be hard, but you can pretty much do anything you want. And that's just so cool. Real life magician. That's what a computer programmer is. Or anyone who's good in computer stuff. He's a real life magician. Or actually in that matter, yeah. I'm not quite sure it's could say real life. You know what I mean. Oh, Jesus Christ. Something very weird is happening. Also the graph over there. Why is it now being so weird? Does it hate me or what? I'm confused. I got in computing because computers can make a bridge into reality and make a thing move, light up. I can bend reality to my will. Make motors turn, pistons move, LEDs light up, or give me shock if I'm stupid again. Yeah. I guess this change here was not that great. Okay, so that keyframe key, is it smaller than time? If that's the case, then we should just simply check if the keyframe key is bigger than time 1, because if that's the case, then we use that keyframe. And over here the same. Time 2. So is the keyframe key bigger than time? No, here the opposite. We then say, is time 2 bigger than the keyframe key? So that means we need the maximum value there. Then we're gonna update that here. Like that. Seems to be better. If time 1 is bigger than t numeric limits float min, and time 2 is smaller than t numeric limits float max. Those have to be the two conditions here. If you think about it, you can have a 32-bit address bus, but only use 24-bit worth of RAM. You could update the remaining lines as output if you don't if you're not abusing jump statements. You can do a lot of crazy things, I know. I'm not quite sure what you meant, but I know what some weird assembly stuff, some weird machine code stuff, I get it. Yes. You can do crazy things. Mm-hmm. And now what? And now I get what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, that's also rather magical. So you essentially mean in the using some registers in the memory as to reflect some voltage changes on the real hardware that can be used by input and output devices to reflect some change in real life or communicate with other stuff. Like that you have in that scope that's not inside of the memory, but in your address bus that you can then change a bit there, and that single bit essentially just means that that there's somewhere on your hardware there is a pin that now is high or low, and you can put that into a LED and then have it that way change high or low stuff. Yeah, I get what you mean. Perfect times. Lists all time-lapse cameras. Creates a new time-lapse camera with the transformation of the player running the command. Big time lapse, remove, delete, camera name, removes the time lapse camera with the given name. Big time lapse. Time lapse start. Camera name. Oh, and frames per minute. No. Seconds per frame. Starts the time-lapse camera with the given name. Pick time-lapse stop camera name. Stops the time-lapse camera with the given name. Click edit test. Yay! Works again. Damn. Edit test 3. Okay, that's interesting. Uh, 1920 and 1080. Shouldn't this here be 1080p? Why is it so weird? Oh, by the way, you tell me if entropy is appreciated. I can shut up anytime. I don't know. Do I have to care? Because I actually pretty much do not really care, honestly. Why does focus distance not change much here? It's a bit weird, if I'm being honest. What? Just simply remove the aspect ratio stuff from here. Oh, it's height divided by width and not the other way around, or what? I mean, but that only mattered for the camera. So now we have here the scene camera where we changed the sensor width and height. FFF Lakes, what am I watching? Working on the Fixit Cam as a mod for Satisfactory. That's what you're watching. I don't know either. Hiro, welcome to the stream, by the way. Something great. I don't think it's something great, but... Why is the aspect ratio here so weird? Like... The fuck? Oh yeah, right, I forgot. It's the wrong way around in regards of aspect ratio. I get it. But like, why does this happen? Why does that happen? Has this absolute machine of a modder implemented a video editor into Satisfactory? No, a camera editor. So, like, so you can do camera animations with that. And that mod is already out with most of the stuff, but, well, you don't have aperture, focal distance, no depth of field, no cinematic cameras, no FPS control, no resolution control, no force resolution, no nice little graph editor. But yeah. Look like something of a future to me. Yeah, I mean, that's like the last thing we have worked on, so we know that there are some issues right now. The weird thing is that, like, using the normal camera, the field of view is just fine. The problem is our cinematic camera doing weird things. Cinematic camera being weird, doing weird things, essentially. Because if we change this here now down to... okay, so so that means it's probably something due to our ginormous aspect, probably because of our ginormous sensor width and height. I'm not quite sure what value we should use then to make it happy. Hello. Why is the background now not blurry anymore? Let's force the resolution. I mean, if we change that now to 10, we got that. Just a itty bitty tiny bit more, and we got quite some extreme. I guess we're gonna make that a separate stuff then. Because someone uses his brain to alter a tiny bit of reality to benefit everyone, even if that is not the intent. It's a feature, but not bug, right? I guess we're just gonna make the sensor width and height separate parameters. And then they should be happy. I suppose. So, though I then have to change the tooltip and the description of the things. Because otherwise I can't. I just simply can't. So sensor width. Sensor height. Height. with doop. I think those are floats. So sensor width. What was the sensor width from the Cine camera? And then let's just use their values. Sensor width of 2, 3. View property. Save game. Float. Sensor height. Alright, actually we never change. Do we change the field of view? We should down here. I think. Are the values in the game arbitrary or based on real life photography? I could make them based on real life photography. But that's just so much more hassle, so I'm not doing that. I'm using the GPU variants of those. So because the GPU doesn't calculate with real life photography values, those are garbage. For the computer, not really good. Like those are real life photography values are garbage. So I'm not even bothering really. Though due to some implementation weirdness, I have to do some weird stuff. Restarting another weird stuff. So, yeah. I was asking about the engine. Well, as said, rendering doesn't use real life photography values, but the engine has a way to take some real life values and then convert them to the values the engine uses. But that's just way more, that's just more hassle for me to do changes upon, so I'm not gonna do that, I don't care. It's as simple as that. The sensor size, sensor size used helps to size used to adjust depth of field. Adjust the depth of field. Sensor size. Gonna be float. Sensor width. Ah, wait. Zero. Sensor width. Height. Not width. Height. Float. Sensor. Sensor. Width, height. Sensor width. Sensor width. Sensor size used to adjust the depth of field. Resolution. Depth of field. Only functional with cinematic camera. These iterations are still the same focal length plane of sharpness sensor to aperture aspect. Yeah, kinda, I guess. I mean, we have focal distance, aperture, and now also sensor size. And we also have field of view. Saying we used to determine the aspect ratio and the pixels, pixel size used and image size for rendering the resolution, and will be used to determine the aspect ratio and image size for rendering the animation. Good. Sensor size used to adjust the depth of field and aspect ratio. Only functional with cinematic camera. I guess let's use that then. Fig render animation. Render the animation as image sequence. There we go. Animation edit. The animation edit allows you to create an animation. On the bottom you can find on the left. You can on the bottom you can find some scrub and range select, which allow you to in the animation. Also on the bottom you find the graph viewer. Right, sensor height. What was the sensor height used here? Some weird value. The graph, well, you can find the graph viewer, which shows the selected attributes on the left in a time value diagram, and also allows you to manipulate the keyframes and keyframes, yeah. Of the keyframe. More like that. Oh, wait. Does anything here support keyframe focus? No, just the editor, okay. Well, one of my bug fixing strategies used to be changing all the variables around and add unnecessary typecast like please convert string to string. Okay. Let's see where code glance is. Because it's rather weird that there is no code glance. Oh, it's there. Why can't I see it then? Does someone know why code glance is not showing? The reminds me of the sensation. I don't know what I'm doing, but somehow it works. That is called IT. Yeah, that's pretty much called IT. I agree upon that statement. So I mean, we enable use cinematic camera. There we go. That looks better. Yep. Something like that. I mean, we can keep the sensor size, I guess. Oh wait, hold on. Let's change the aspect ratio to 1080. Probably would be best. Wait, maybe that here is better. Yeah, that seems to be a bit better. Okay. Boop. Nice. Okay. Look at those values. That's a bit weird here, that jump. No. I'm not a fan of that. Why are these values so weird? Why are they so weird if they are exactly on 0? Did you actually download any module? Starting to sleepwalk through bootcamp, but it still doesn't show. Good maximum batch and promotion. What's time saved in real project? I don't want to. So something is weird here. The rest seems to be actually rather good. Oh, and hold on. Nothing happens. We are an editor, and if we now say on key down, it's triggering. Okay. Give me a second, guys. Next frame. Why is nothing happening? Has any user focus or focus descendants? So it fails at that. Are you kidding? Reload your project often use, but all the stuff that you think you change with is F game. I don't know why we have that in there. Let me temporarily uncomment that. I don't think of a reason why it should be in there, if I'm being honest. So now we have to also go, by the way, over to the camera. Oh, no, wait, the camera character is also the one that renders, so... Oh, wait, yeah, that's the camera character. The camera character also does the rendering stuff of things. So we got the field of view, and then we focus distance stuff. That's each tick. So when we spawn, this happens over here. We can say constrain aspect ratio. We're gonna do that. So for the cinematic camera, we're gonna do that. And here camera, the constrain aspect ratio, also true. We have here now a cine camera, and then there is like film back, sensor width, which we're gonna set to animation, sensor width, then sensor height, gonna be sensor height, obviously. So good, then that is in. So now let's go back to here and have a look. So it seems seems to be an issue when the time is 0 and the keyframe is positioned at 0 for whatever reason. So we go in here, then we say keyframe. Okay, we got a keyframe at position 0. 0 is then maybe smaller than time. And Okay, so we should make sure that T1 has a value, and if T2 has a value, it's not that important. So we're gonna switch that. That hopefully fixes the issue. Cameramatics content. Maybe a 1 second offset may be needed. The why? I mean, the animation doesn't have to start at 0. Animation could also start at -10 or whatever. But it seems like that one of the major issues is that it uses the fallback value here. And that happens if it cannot find any keyframe essentially, and that seems to have happened. So what I'm now doing is like I'm switching those up here. It makes sure that it at least finds KF1, and if it can do that but it cannot find a KF2, then it uses the KF1 value. Yes, I know, but sometimes that offset may needed to allow computer CPU process to catch up. What do you mean? Why should that even care? Why should that even matter over there? I doubt that it will help, but aperture means like the tall rays need to go through. Oh, the sharp. We don't really care about any concrete value like that, though. You're just meaning why the interpolation things didn't seem to work properly. That was more bothersome. Animations can be rendered into an image sequence. Such sequence is stored at %local app data %factory game /saved /save games fixed cam. I think it was. Give me a second. Saved save games fixed cam animation and then animation name. Time-lapse cameras. The images have the given resolution, have the that in any time-lapse cameras can be used to take images of your factory in periodic intervals and store these images in your file system. Your gameplay won't be disrupted, though depending on your hardware, you might experience small lag. Gonna go sleep now. Thanks for tuning in, DrachwaX. See ya next time. We're gonna also end the stream very soon. Very soon. But if they try to implement the real world, I thought some background would help. What? What do you mean? Gameplay won't be just... Edit test 3. Makes a bit more sense, but it's still not great, if I'm being honest. What is going on? Why is it always stepping over there? Outside of the animation. But like if I change the 2 minus 100, it doesn't change. It's still weird. Not good. Okay, no, wait, it makes sense that that guy doesn't have much more here. Why? Okay. Damn it. Okay, let me change the resolution here pretty quickly. 1920 and 80. Gonna change the render distance to 4800. That. Now I want to check out what it looks like rendered. Render test 3. So, test 3. Yeah, totally not what... This is definitely not what I have... What I'm viewing here. When I go into Fig Edit Test 3. That's not what I'm seeing here. Which is not good. So we're gonna have to figure out that we can change that. Because that's not good. Not good at all. That's garbage. It's just plain out garbage, you know? It's like the other image there, yeah, but it's not okay. I guess now you're using suppressor and by my critic output. Yeah, guys, we're gonna end the stream now. I don't have time. I was hoping that I get Fixit Cam to release the new Fixit Cam update to release today, but nope. Apparently that's not the case. Sadly enough. But hey, let me commit everything so that the CI can build, so that you can at least try the experimental stuff out if you want to. What's more changes I can't sum up words. Nobody cares since I'm the only developer on that. Okay. Stuff is out. And we can end the stream now. So guys, the question as usual is, who we gonna raid? And the answer to that is... nobody. Who is playing Satisfactory? Let's see, twitch.tv. Satisfactory. Is this right? No, no, no. Who we gonna raid, guys? So branded, I guess. So guys, then I would say next stream hopefully is on Thursday. We will see. I'm not quite sure yet. Though I hope it's on Thursday. For now, I can just say thank you so much for watching. I mean, we did still quite a lot of progress. Could be better, but yeah, we still did quite a bit of progress. And let me just say, it's very likely that I'm gonna release Fixit Cam tomorrow. I just simply have to fix that interpolation issue behind 0. And I have to fix the issue in regards to what the editor shows not matching up with what we can see in the rendering. So I'm also trying to figure out why that's the case. So we're gonna have to figure that out. But that's it for now. So then I can just say thank you so much for watching, And yeah, then I would say I was putting on from Code from his butts and say bye bye until next time. And as always, keep coding!
What's that? Panna cotta! What's up, beans? Hello!